Good morning. We are live on Broadcast Row, Saturday morning, live from Orlando, Florida, CPAC. This is the AMAC Better for America podcast. I'm Andy Mangione, your host right now, and I'm so thrilled to welcome my colleague and my good friend, Bobby Charles, who's AMAC's national spokesperson. We have a wonderful roster of guests that it's going to be a jam-packed, thrilling lineup. Wonderful conversations we've had over the past 2 days here on Broadcast Row. That's going to continue into Saturday. It's a wonderful, wonderful day today. A lot of Secret Service around CPAC this morning, and I wonder why. Could there be a certain Donald J. Trump that's going to be appearing here today, Bobby?
I think that's a good guess. I have to say, I was just going to comment, we have so much Secret Service, you'll notice that there's fewer people walking back and forth in this immediate area.
It's a lot quieter this morning.
It's a lot quieter, yeah. And that must make us important, I don't know. But in any event, Secret Service everywhere. And you know, I'll also, on a more sobering note, say that a very important day, frankly, for the world and for America.
Bobby,
a lot happening in the world.
There is a lot happening to the world. Let's get right to it. We're watching the events unfold in Ukraine, and you know, day to day, there's different dynamics going on, not only in Ukraine but in Russia. Yeah. And you're on top of all of this. You've done how many interviews so far?
Yeah, I've done about 40 in the last 2 days.
And let me just mention Bobby's background, and I know that just to catch people up, Bobby served as Assistant Secretary of State under General Colin Powell in the George W. Bush administration. Navy intelligence guy for 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Okay, trained law enforcement over in Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken. A foreign policy expert, has his hands, or has his radars up all over what's going on in Putin. He's been around the world. Even as a young man, you were in the Soviet Union. So, you know, that said, things are changing. This is a dynamic situation.
It really is, and you know, I have seldom, I don't know that any of us have lived through a situation that is as potentially perilous for the whole world, both economically and beyond that, and at the same time, almost sort of medieval in its orientation and fast-moving because of that. So what we know, of course, is that as of yesterday, there's a tendency to call them Soviets, but they're not. The sort of post-Soviet Russian leadership under KGB agent Putin ultimately has, you know, pulled the trigger on something that has been months and months of build-up, and we could look back in time and we could say that Biden made a lot of mistakes, and Blinken and Austin, a number of people. This was an avoidable event, I think. But you know, egotists and egoists, and Putin is both of those. Never mind an autocrat getting backed up by the communist Chinese now. You know, he was determined to push the envelope, and so if Ronald Reagan had been there or Donald Trump had been there, I think you would have seen pushback. Actually, George Bush would have seen it, probably even Bill Clinton, but we didn't see that with Biden, and so as a result, and of course the Afghanistan mess sort of triggered all of this sort of moving forward. He kind of thought, I think Putin thinks this is his moment to get away with it. Now here's the update from this morning. They really have moved on Kiev, and it sort of breaks my heart a little bit. Anybody who knows anything about the history of Kiev, this is the 7th largest city in Europe. It has 3 million people, or had until they started to flee the city. It's a beautiful city. It's a city that, you know, if you're a student of classical music, Mozart or Tchaikovsky or Mussorgsky, they all have sort of, well, in particular, Mussorgsky has an amazingly beautiful piece of music called Pictures at an Exhibition, and the most moving component of it is the Bells of Kiev. So this is 1,000 years. It relates very deeply to Christianity, the origins of Christianity. And so why? So now, you know, the interesting part is you have a Putin here who moves in with 190,000 troops. Initially, it appears that he's trying to vindicate this move, this power grab, by saying that the 2 oblasts or provinces to the south by the Black Sea are what he's really going to vindicate. But now he immediately goes beyond that and sort of shocks people and begins shelling last night and earlier in the afternoon yesterday, begins shelling Kiev and the 2nd largest city. By this morning, these cities are almost overrun. They have not been overrun because the Ukrainians are literally picking up pitchforks and every weapon they can find to fight back. So several other things are happening at the same time, and I think they kind of boil down to 2 basic facts. The first is that Putin, I think, has bitten off more than he can chew. And I think you're seeing this with the Russian people themselves saying, you know, Ronald Reagan always distinguished very carefully between the Russian people and their government, and the same thing needs to happen now. The Russian people are saying, no, we didn't go for this, we didn't want this in the first place, and you're overrunning a portion of what, yes, from a traditional perspective, was part of the larger Russian Empire, but you're killing people right and left. You're killing children. The reports from just half hour ago, you're really decimating a portion of, how do you say you revere and think this is sacred, and at the same time you're going in and destroying it? So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, this is not, and I want to say this clearly so people don't get terrified, this is not going to become World War III. I have heard this again and again and again. This is not what is going to happen here. We're all too tightly tied for that. This is not going to go into a NATO conflict. What's going to happen is that the West, the European nations, led presumably by the United States, will finally, we haven't done this yet, will finally put sanctions on the oil sector of Russia. Why? Because that's where they make all their money.
Right.
And at that moment, there will be a price required by the Europeans of us in order to stay with that program. In other words, they're going to say, okay, we'll go along with you, but remember, we get 40% of our natural gas and 30% of our oil from Russia. So you, the United States, are probably going to need to turn the spigot back on, whether that means reopening Keystone, reopening fracking, reopening, and I think Biden, if he were smart, would say, look, as much as I believe in all this climate, whatever you want to call it, time out. We need to support our allies. We're going to reopen the oil. We're going to reopen LNG. We're actually going to go to countries like Qatar and ask them to reopen LNG. And basically what has to happen is, if you're going to take away all the support for Europe that they get an enormous amount of their energy right now from Russia, then you got to backfill that somewhere. And we can love the sun and we can love the wind and we can love whatever you want to love in renewables, but we are a powerhouse. We were the #1 producer of energy in the world under Donald Trump. We were energy independent.
13 months ago.
13 months ago. So we need to turn that spigot back on and support our allies if we want them to stand with us and support democratic values.
Bobby, I wanted to thank you. That's wonderful. We had a wonderful discussion this morning talking about that, and so that brings me comfort. Okay,
Yeah.
Our allies will come to us and say, yeah, we'll go along with you, but you have to help us out.
That's right.
I wanted to pivot back to the protests in Russia.
Yeah.
When was the last time that people gathered? Weren't about 1,800 people arrested for protesting? When was the last time we saw protests against a Russian government?
Very, very infrequent is this phenomenon. The first time I was in Russia was 1983, and of course it was the Soviet Union at that time. And as now, people are dragged off. We're dragged off the street.
You were a student, weren't you?
I was a student.
Okay.
Yeah, and I went in.
Talk about that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Talk
Sure.
about people being dragged off the street.
Yeah.
Tell that story. It's fascinating.
So I spent a lot of time in Soviet, because I was studying it back at Oxford, I spent a lot of time in Europe and in Eastern Europe and in Soviet-dominated Europe, and I had personal friends that were tied back to other people inside those countries. So in the Soviet Union, one of the most disturbing things that would happen is you would sit or talk, or even on the streets, talk with someone, and then look back, from a block away, and they'd be dragged off the street, literally. And
for questioning, right?
Well,
to be interrogated,
of course. They, in the older days, they would have been taken to Lubyanka, and I have, family connections back to others, not my own family, but to those who were killed in Lubyanka. So that's the KGB prison. So the truth be told, for me, it was like landing on the far side of the moon. Coming from free America, ending up in this country where literally, if you went to train stations, you had huge long platforms filled with kids. Now, kids usually laugh, right? Kids are spontaneous.
Carefree.
No one laughed. Yeah. No one smiled. No one did anything spontaneous, because fear was the dominant emotion. And that was true in Poland, it was true in Czechoslovakia, it was true in Hungary, it was true in Yugoslavia, it was true in Eastern Europe, Eastern Germany. I spent time in all those places. But at the end of the day, I think the saddest part of this is we're seeing a resurgence of sorts of this kind of repressive. Now remember, the Chinese communists got their Chinese communism by studying Stalinism. And if you go back and read all the papers, it's crystal clear these two are organized with each other. You almost now are getting a feedback loop where the communist Chinese are sort of reinforcing the autocratic former KGB guy that's running now supposedly freer Russia. And I think that the Russian people, to your point, are kind of of saying, you know what, we like being proud of being Russian. Most of them are Christian, actually. We like the idea that we reestablished a degree of autonomy over ourselves, but don't do this business about power grabbing around the periphery. That's an anachronism. That's a medieval kinetic response to a world in which we're now talking about trying to establish trade and democracy and connectivity. And of course, the primary reason Putin did this, as irrational as some of his actions are, and I've even seen clips in video that's been sent to me that some of the Russian tanks are actually stopping. Why are they stopping? Did they run out of fuel? It's not clear what's really going on. Was there poor planning here? Something's going on. But in addition to the Ukrainian insurgency and the Western strength against this, I think what you're seeing is a kind of a validation of the fact that Putin bit off too much. Back at home, these protests are growing inside Russia.
And speaking of those protests, do you think that they surprised him? Do you think he expected it?
No. I think he thought this will be a moment of great pride. And the problem is, egotists, people who are sure of themselves, very often stumble and end up on their face because they didn't think about how other people think. And that's true here.
And he's not listening to any advisors?
No. Any advisor that doesn't want to advise him about what he wants to know. I mean, in other words, he
doesn't get that advice.
He doesn't get the no,
right.
Sir, that won't work, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's kind of, it reminds me of a very small little joke that Ronald Reagan used to tell, and it's kind of in a resurgent moment now. He used to tell this little joke that a guy came in and said to an American friend of his when American was over in Russia. He said, I can. Well, the American said, you don't have freedom over here. I can go in and talk to Ronald Reagan during the Ronald Reagan era. He said, and I can say to the president, Mr. President, I don't like the way you're running this country, and nothing happens to me. And the Russian, at the time Soviet, now Russian, said, well, I can do the same thing. He said, you can? He said, yes, I can go into Mr. Gorbachev and say, Mr. Gorbachev, I do not like the way Ronald Reagan is running his country. And of course, we're back in that moment again with Putin.
No, that's wonderful. We've got a lot to talk about today.
We do.
We have a wonderful lineup of guests. We're just getting started from Broadcast Row here at CPAC 2022. And we're going to be right back. I'm Andy Mangione. This is the Better for America podcast, AMAC's wonderful podcast. We ask you to stick around because you won't be disappointed with what we have in store for you. Thank you. Welcome back to the Better for America podcast here at CPAC 2022. I'm Andy Mangione, joined with my colleague Bobby Charles. I'm very excited to introduce our next guest. Dr. Peter McCullough is an academic internist and cardiologist from Dallas, Texas. He joins us today. He's a speaker at CPAC. Doctor, I just want to get right to it, talking about the pandemic and the treatments for the pandemic. As a physician, what would you recommend as early treatment for COVID-19?
Well, thanks for having me on the show. Andy and Bobby, it's very important to understand that COVID-19 as an illness, like any other acute respiratory illness, must be treated early to prevent the outcomes of hospitalization and death. If we do nothing before the hospital, we can't possibly avoid a hospitalization. And most people may say, listen, Dr. McCullough, listen, I'll get through this. I just don't want to end up in the hospital. I certainly don't want to lose my life, right? So
Certainly.
Those are the two bad outcomes. The important point is now, through 2020 and 2021, we've learned a lot. For instance, we know now the virus largely replicates in the nose. That's where the fever is coming from. Everything's coming from the nasal cavity. So we must kill the virus in the nasal cavity with nasal washes. That's using dilute povidone iodine or dilute hydrogen peroxide, literally squirting it up in the nose over the sink, sniffing it back, and then spitting out the mouth. It's got to go all the way through that cycle, that channel. It's incredibly effective. 12 supportive studies suggest an early treatment has about a 75% benefit. That by itself. Forget any other treatments. And so now this is widely deployed worldwide, and it's very effective. We know in the highest risk seniors, that we use monoclonal antibodies. I've used them from the very beginning. The monoclonal antibodies are fully emergency use authorized approved. They are safe and effective. They were approved before the vaccines. And I can tell you, you saw former President Trump receive them, Governor Greg Abbott, Joe Rogan. I've been with Joe Rogan on his podcast. Aaron Rodgers has reached out to me from the Green Bay Packers. They've received the McCullough protocol, which is basically what I'm describing. It's not copyrighted because I worked with others to put this together early in 2020. We rely on nutraceuticals and supplements, which is important. So for everybody as a base, we certainly believe that zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C, quercetin, and actually an over-the-counter medication continues to come up positive is famotidine or Pepsi, but taken in a high dose, 80 milligrams a day. Then we move into prescription drugs. The prescription oral drugs that we've had in year one was the year of hydroxychloroquine, supported by over 300 studies. Modest benefit, about a 25% benefit. Year two was the year of ivermectin, supported by over 70 studies, over 33 randomized trials. In the randomized trials, about a 55% benefit. Now enter Paxlovid. We have the new Pfizer drug, combination of nalfenpirivir and ritonavir. Safe and effective. 5-day course, and then I think as a weak second cousin is the Merck drug molnupiravir, only because about a 30% benefit, and there's some concerns there regarding mutagenesis. We use inhaled budesonide in everyone, oral prednisone in people who develop pulmonary symptoms, oral colchicine throughout, aspirin in everyone, and then blood thinners. Our mobilized patients in wheelchairs, seniors, I'm telling you, most need a month of blood thinners. That was through the Delta wave. Now, Omicron is milder, although we do have an occasional high-risk patient with Omicron, but what I've described is sequence multi-drug therapy. Doctors can do this. This is supported by multiple physician associations. Everyone should demand early treatment, and the CDC agrees. The CDC finally has its first pictorial about seeking early treatment.
Thank you, Doctor. Now let's shift gears to the current vaccines that have been out for a while, and now we're seeing some problems with them. How are the current vaccines hurting some people?
You know, no form of biotechnology is perfect. I think everyone put so much stock in the fact that America was going to be saved by a vaccine. And what we've learned is there are concerning safety data coming out on the vaccines. This is now fully developed in the medical literature. There's over 1,000 peer-reviewed papers in the ResearchGate preprint server system and in the peer-reviewed published literature. There are official warnings by the FDA on myocarditis, for instance, heart inflammation, which extends up in people in their 60s now, we know. And there's over 200 publications on myocarditis.
Could you just pause on that and explain a bit to...
Myocarditis is heart inflammation. It's dangerous heart inflammation, and there are fatal cases published in the peer-reviewed literature now. So doctors know it's fatal, patients know it's fatal, and it's serious.
Is there a target demographic that would want to be especially cautious about that?
Peak age, boys age 18 to 24. So consenting age, college kids, military, that's the very, very high-risk group. 90% are boys and about 10% are women. It's heart inflammation. It's difficult to diagnose. It has some subtle symptoms. But the fatal cases, as published by Gill and Choi and Verma now, have really put people on edge. I mean, I can tell you, I'm a cardiologist. I am seeing this in my practice. It's very worrisome. And then we obviously have great concerns over vaccine-related deaths.
And on that specific point, the concern that is valid and peer-reviewed valid, and you're seeing it in your practice, what percentage would you say of those cases? I mean, if you have, I have two kids that are not exactly in that age bracket, but fairly close, and one's a boy. So in that age bracket, what percentage are you seeing a real problem in?
You know, for everything we're talking about,
right,
whether it be getting COVID or getting a side effect, is always less than 1%.
Okay.
So everything's less than 1%. However, because such a large number of people have been encouraged to take the vaccines, we're seeing large numbers. So for myocarditis, United States per year, we'd see 200, 300, 400 cases per year for decades and decades and decades. We've now seen 30,000 cases with the COVID-19 vaccine. So we're loaded, and parents are talking about it.
Could I just ask one last vaccine-related question? Do you see doctors that I've talked to have sort of mentioned that because of, you know, it's got a V at the beginning of it, it sounds great, vaccine, and again, I've had it. I've had both vaccines, and I got Omicron all the same. But bottom line is, they've said, you know, one of the things that people don't understand about this is we don't know the long-term effects, and that, you know, the doctors that I've talked to have said these long-term effects may be a small percentage of people, but because this didn't go through the same trial process, there may also be a higher percentage for some populations. Is that valid? How do you feel about that?
It is valid, especially because they're not traditional vaccines. They're genetic transfer technology products. So this is very important. We just had a paper hit the wires yesterday by Winkies and colleagues from Sweden that showed that the vaccines do reverse transcribe. That means DNA is transcribed from the RNA, and that's a permanent installation into the human genome. So we have no idea what the long-term side effects are, and a lot of people didn't ask questions before they took them.
Right.
But you're taking a novel genetic treatment. I think everybody ought to be asking a lot of questions. You just don't, and everything has risks and benefits.
There's a new vaccine on the horizon, Novavax, and I know you've commented on it before. Interesting to hear your opinion of this potential therapy. You know,
through the legacy variants, Novavax, to me, looked like the winner. It had 90% vaccine efficacy, a sore arm, actually a more sore arm than Pfizer and Moderna, but free of the systemic side effects, largely because it's 5 micrograms of purified spike protein, no genetic transfer, and there is no, there's a control over how much the body's exposed to, like a tetanus shot. You get tetanus toxoid, but there's control. With Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J, there's no control. And some people must get a lot of spike protein production, and it can be fatal in their case or damage the heart, and others may get very little. I've had people in my family take the Pfizer vaccine, nothing happened. They took it and they're fine. So obviously they must be okay. I mean, we're following this carefully, but you know, we're a year into it, we don't see anything. I think it's reassuring. But with Novavax, that looked quite encouraging. It's made through a unique model that relies on insects. It actually relies on moths, and that's where the problem was. They couldn't guarantee the quality control, and it's been delayed, but it has been approved now in the EU and Australia, and we'll see that. There's another antigen-based vaccine, which is a Corbevax vaccine out of Baylor in Houston. That looks good, although it's so limited in terms of antigenic exposure. I think likely the virus is going to mutate and quickly escape that one. But it'd be nice to get it to an antigen-based vaccine. That would be similar to the hepatitis B vaccine. That would be similar to the tetanus vaccine. That would be same as the meningococcal vaccines. These vaccines, by the way, we mandate, and nobody has a problem with it. My kids took the meningococcal vaccine. Your kids probably do. No problem. You don't see truckers, convoys protesting a meningococcal vaccine. Right.
We just have a couple of minutes left. One last question for you, Doctor. Have we reached the endemic phase of this pandemic, in your opinion?
Yes, we've reached the endemic phase, and the emergency phase is over. That's good news. It's been over, and I think largely with this large Omicron outbreak, which was narrow, about 2 months long, but very high. It was 4 to 6 times higher than any other peak. There are estimates now that large fractions. One of the things I'm going to do at CPAC, if I get the chance, I'm going to see a show of hands of who's already had COVID.
Okay.
Here we are. We've got thousands of people here. Nobody's wearing masks. No one's coughing. Let's take a look and see who's been through the illness. We're largely at the endemic phase. Omicron has broken through natural immunity. There'll still be a few cases, but now everyone agrees, the CDC agrees, we should treat this illness and move on. Florida yesterday came out with a wonderful declaration saying, listen, doctors are going to use all the drugs to treat the illness, no questions.
So I had one final follow-up to that, and that is, if you were predicting the future, and doctors have said that the Omicron transited more readily but was less severe, is there any chance that we see another variant coming out of Omicron?
We've been worried about something called antibody-dependent enhancement, where a more virulent strain, given the setup of this relatively uniform immunity, would invade. I don't think it's going to happen because Omicron now has had such a broad overlay that there is variation in immunity, and where there's variation in biological models, we have a much greater degree of safety.
Dr. McCullough, thank you so much for joining us today. Are you speaking today?
I'm speaking today just ahead of Trump.
Excellent.
Good. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, what a great guy to follow.
See you
or
there,
great guy to
guys.
introduce.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much. This is the AMAC Better for America podcast. We're going to be right back with more guests and more fun on Broadcast Row here at CPAC 2022. We are back with the AMAC Better for America podcast. I'm Andy Mangione alongside Bobby Charles here at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida, having a wonderful time. Very excited to introduce our next guest, best-selling author and national radio host Todd Starnes joins us this morning. Thank you for taking the time.
Hey guys, great to be here. And you guys are on the prime real estate here at CPAC. Well done.
Thank you very much. You know, there's a lot of thought and energy that goes into planning these events, and then you get to CPAC and it all goes out the window because it's a free-for-all, but it's a wonderful free-for-all. A lot of energy here, Todd, okay?
Yeah.
Even though we're in the shadow of what's going on in Ukraine with Russia, there's still a lot of positive feelings here, a lot of momentum. Wanted to know, just throw something right out at you right now. Tell us your take on the future of the conservative movement in America.
You know, being here at CPAC, it's like hooking up some water skis to a race car at Talladega. You're just, you know, they rev the engine, you don't hold them for dear life. There's just a lot of excitement around here, and the people are energized. They understand what the policies of the left have done to this country. They understand how the China virus has really nearly killed our civil liberties in this nation, and they understand that if we're really going to facilitate change, well, we're going to have to roll up our sleeves, we're going to have to get involved with organizations like AMAC, and we're going to have to fight for our freedom. And I think that there is a feeling of hope here. And honestly, I think that's a great thing for the country. No anger, just lots of smiles and lots of determined American patriots.
I'll underscore no anger. I like that, and the hope that there's an abundance of hope here.
Happy warriors. That's the phrase I like to use. Happy warriors.
From the Ronald Reagan days. And one of the things, Todd, first I want you to know I read a lot of what you do, and I'm
Thank
always,
you.
It's like one of my first go-tos, because it's like I know this is going to be an original, tough-minded perspective on something that I care about. But you know, in that same vein, here we are in 2022, a very important year for the country. I think maybe 2 years ago we didn't realize how important this year will be to the survival and preservation of values that we most care about. You know, as I think about the directions that Biden has taken this country and the Democrats in Congress, and I think about how many nosedives, you know, the economy with inflation at 7.5 or 8%, actually in this immediate geographic area, 9.5% inflation, so you just lost 10 cents off your last year's dollar.
Right.
You know, that affects seniors in a big way. You look at things like international policy, the Afghanistan disaster, the way in which we're coddling China, frankly, the complete bobbling of diplomacy with respect to Russia. But you also look at our southern border, and you look at spiking crime in 200 cities, and you look at riots, and you look at this CRT stuff. So here's my question. As we go forward to November 2022, what are the top 2, 3, 4 issues that you think we should be focused on?
Bobby, I was feeling hopeful until you rattled off all those things. Geez, Lou. No. Look, there's a lot on the table, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to pick just one category. I mean, when you put it all together, you realize, sweet mercy, we've only been a year and a half into this administration, and look where we are as a country. You know, the great irony, there was a president, I do recall, who said it was going to be like this, and he's right. And it's not about electing a person, it's about electing people who are going to defend values and concepts and policies that are going to limit government and represent the people. And that's why I'm a member of AMAC. I mean, you know, AMAC is out there representing us. They're fighting for us every day up on Capitol Hill. And we see the results of that. And I think organizations like AMAC are just going to continue to grow because people see how effective they are. And I like my discount down at the Bob Evans, among other things. But to your point, the midterms, that's D-Day for us as conservatives. You know, we look at what's happening in Ukraine and those brave men and women who are literally putting their lives on the line, from 80-year-olds to 13-year-olds. We need that sort of mentality as we go to the election ballot box on election day.
Yep.
We've got a country to save. We know where this country is going. The Democrats are positioning and conditioning our country to embrace socialism, and we've got to put a stop to it, and we've got an opportunity to do that.
And Todd, thank you for, one of the questions I was going to ask you was to handicap the midterms, but looking at the election process, AMAC has been involved with our members in an initiative to get people more involved in the process itself, to become poll workers, election watchers, whatever their jurisdiction calls them. How important do you think that is particularly in the primaries and leading up to the midterms.
All right, it's so vitally important, and I get it. It's not a super sexy thing. We got to take back Washington. I'm going to run for Congress. Well, that's great, but we got to have poll watchers. We got to have somebody watching the ballot box. A great example of that is what's happening with our school boards around the nation. Ultimately, what's driving the change in our nation is not what's happening in Washington, it's what's happening in our local school boards. And I think a lot of moms and dads have woken up to that, a lot of grandmas and grandpas too, and they've realized, hey, wait a second, if the reason why our kids are growing up to be socialist or communist is because of what they're learning in the schoolhouse. So I think again we've got to stay focused not just on what's happening in Washington D.C. but also what's happening in our local communities.
Absolutely.
In the spirit of identifying issues that are important, one of the things that AMAC does a lot is to work at the state level, which Andy does a great deal of, also, and all of the delegates and all of the members, also to work at the federal level in Congress. But then I kind of pivot to the Supreme Court for a moment and realize that there are some big issues. Gun rights is up this year in a really big way. It's been argued before the court. We have abortion as an issue being argued, have already been argued before the court. And I guess my question for you, to be very pointed, is, given this 5 or 6, depending on how you measure our majority, of what I'll call judicial activists, as distinguished from political activists. That is to say, judicial conservatives versus political conservatives. These justices are looking at that decision, that Roe v. Wade decision, and the Casey decision that followed it, and they're saying, this is bad. You can almost feel it from their questions. They're saying, this is not credible jurisprudence.
Yeah.
This was something that happened that we need to look at closely again. I guess my question for you is, do you think it's possible Roe v. Wade might be reversed this year? And if it is, will the Democrats accelerate their attempt to delegitimize that institution, the Supreme Court?
I have no doubt about that, that they will. And we've already heard the president backing off of his promise not to pack the court, and that's a big concern. I'm not sure that he's going to have the support on Capitol Hill to do that. However, if the Supreme Court comes in and let's just say they do rescind, they do revoke Roe v. Wade, or just erase a part of that, well, that could mobilize Democrats. That could be the issue that drives them and gets them re-engaged in the political process. So it's hard to say, but that could be, a very interesting component to the election. Another case that we're looking at, we're real big on a religious liberty at ToddStearns.com. And the court has agreed to take on the case of a football coach, a high school football coach. He got fired because he took a knee. Not to protest the American flag, but to pray after a football game. Coach Joe Kennedy, we've been following that case. And imagine living in a country, again, values matter. It's okay to take a knee if you're going to hate America, but you can't take a knee to pray to Almighty God. Right. That's not right.
You remind me of, and I can't remember who it was that was asked to take a knee, and I think it was a player at one point, and he said, I only take a knee for the Lord. I don't take a knee for politics.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
So Todd, if our members want to learn more about your work, about your book, about you're a big radio guy and broadcast nationally, where can they go?
ToddStearns.com, and we've got all sorts of great stories. We have a team of full-time writers, and they're covering those stories that matter to AMAC members, and they're covering the great things that are happening across America. So we hope folks will come and check us out. And the brand new book is out. It's my first devotional book. It's called Our Daily Biscuit, Devotions with a Drawl. So
that's wonderful.
Good old Southern stories.
Love it. Now, you're speaking today, right? You're on a panel discussion?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so I've got to introduce Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Hello, I'm Dr. Gorka. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Congressman Matt Gaetz, and we're going to be talking about the patron saint of Wuhan, which is a false religion, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
And that happens this afternoon?
Happens this afternoon right here at CPAC.
That's wonderful. We appreciate your time.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And I'm proud to be a member of AMAC. You guys are doing some great stuff, and I love the magazine.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Andy Mangione along with Bobby Charles here on Radio Row at CPAC 2022. We'll be right back with more exciting guests from Broadcast Row.
Excuse me.
Welcome back to the Better for America podcast here at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida. It's getting loud here. I'm Andy Mangione along with Bobby Charles, and we're very pleased to welcome our next guest on the Better for America podcast on broadcast row here. Frank Gaffney joins us. He's the executive chairman for the Center for Security Policy. He's the vice chairman on the committee, Present Danger, China, and he's the host of Securing America. Frank, thanks for carving out some time to sit with us on a very noisy broadcast row.
Delighted. It is noisy, but that's because there's energy in this space,
Yes.
and we know why.
There really is. You know, Frank, I got to just say, and for all of our viewers, you know, this is a true blue. If there's anybody that we've interviewed in this entire sequence who has predicted the future more often, preserved security more often, spent time in the Reagan Pentagon, it's a real privilege to have you here with us, Frank. And of course, you run your own television show and all the rest. So let me just start out at the top.
Let me just say, you're one of our featured guests on all of those radio and television programs.
Okay.
So, mutual admiration.
There
society.
we go. Okay, well, we Reaganites have to stick together.
Amen.
So, you know, we live in these very tumultuous times right now, and obviously we're all watching what's going on in Russia, Ukraine, what are the reverberations for that and where it will go. But I also want to tailor that or dovetail that with something that you've talked about for years, and sometimes history comes around to greet those people who predicted it would. I think of Winston Churchill saying that you know, we needed to be careful about this Soviet Union problem back when Iron Curtain, you know, big speech in America, and nobody really thought he was serious. Turns out he was, and it was real. So we see China rising, dovetailing with Russia. Can you take just a minute and kind of put the current events in Russia and Ukraine in the context not only of what that means post-Soviet, but what it may mean that they're also allied now with China, and what that means for the security of America?
Well, you're very kind about the predictions business. I always say I'd just as soon be wrong, because most of my predictions, if they come true, are really hard on the country, and I hate to see that. I guess my prediction at the moment is that what the Russians are doing, more or less with impunity, is emboldening every other bad guy on the planet, and most especially the Chinese Communist Party, which I consider to be the vastly greatest of them all. What remains to be seen is how that's going to be expressed. You know, will China decide, either on the basis that there's this wonderful distraction from most of the world going on in Ukraine, or simply because of the fecklessness of the West in contending with it, that they're going to act on their clear stated intent to compel Taiwan to become a, well, client state or simply a submissive part of China.
So let me,
And whether they'll do it with force or whether they'll do it through other techniques that are coercive and win without fighting, as Sun Tzu like to say, is preferable, is again remains to be seen. But as Bobby, you and I've talked about, Andy, I'm sure you're very well aware of, we've got the possibility that we have a nuclear war with Iran and Israel. Who knows who starts it, but something is almost certainly in the offing. Whether you've got North Korea sensing the opportunity to do what it's long said it intends to do, which is to forcibly reunify the peninsula. Pakistan going at it with India. The other thing that I think is particularly concerning to me is, if all of that weren't bad enough, what the Chinese Communist Party has done under our noses, but almost completely ignored by us, is put into place a global colonial empire under the rubric of what they call the Belt and Road Initiative. And if all of the countries that are part of that, and it's something like 145 out of 190, are now in some form or fashion hooked up with this. Set aside all of them, even some of them in Latin America, for example, or Africa, or in Asia, wind up being lit up by the Chinese to be further distractions, you not only have us completely tied down, I'm afraid, but probably a global war on your hands.
You know, you remind me of the phrase that was introduced by George Herbert Walker Bush post-Soviet collapse, the idea that we were going to face a new world order. And I think what you're describing, even though China and Russia suggested that they were going to now take on the obligation of defining a new world order, is actually something quite more disturbing even than that, which is global world disorder. And I ask you because, I mean, you have spent so much time with so many of the world experts on China, and I know that President Trump and others really take counsel from the scholarship and the direction that you have pointed out in terms of calling out China on all of these things, whether it's the capital investments or the sort of sycophantic behavior by American corporate activity, but here's my concrete, sort of to the point, a little bit granular question. If Taiwan, so we see what's going on today in Ukraine, and we see violence of a tremendous kind that I think kind of moves away from what some people predicted was going to happen, a limited engagement, those two oblasts in the south. It's not that. We're now in Kiev, and there's a lot of worries about, mounting death numbers. Do you think that, two things. One, do you think that this activity in Ukraine by Russia, coordinated with China or not, is essentially lowering the threshold of tolerance for allowing violence to be used in the Far East as it was just now in Ukraine? And then, do you think if Taiwan confronted genuine aggression, that you would see the kind of insurgency and behavior that you're seeing by Ukrainians against the Russians? And is that something to be considering?
Two really weighty questions, and I'm not sure that anybody has the definitive answer at the moment. Yeah. Unfortunately, what I guess I'm concerned about is the trajectory we're on certainly makes it look as though those long-standing ambitions, as I say, of the Chinese Communist Party to take and control Taiwan are, well, now seemingly optimally timed, because there is this window of opportunity. They seem to be pretty much ready to do it, and they certainly don't lack the will, as best we can tell. So is it something you can take to the bank that they will invade Taiwan? I'd say it's 60-40 in the very near term, and probably very much higher than that in the not too distant future. The question of what would the Taiwanese do in response is a wild card. I tend to think that there will be people on Taiwan who will resist very forcefully. What the Chinese have done in Taiwan, as in so many other places, including those Belt and Road operations, is, however, they have insinuated a fifth column that will almost certainly help them suppress any such resistance that there might be mounted. And that again feeds into their calculations. Is this too risky, or is it a manageable risk? And I just have to say that if on top of all of that, you throw in something that is, and you and I have discussed this, Bobby, on several occasions, of surpassing concern, and yet again is getting altogether too little attention. And that is the confidence that the Chinese Communist Party has, I think rightly, that they own the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. And not just him, but a number of his senior subordinates with responsibility for resisting them if they would. And so you put all this together, and it's just hard to come to a different conclusion that they will see this as a moment that may not come again or may not come again soon and is not to be missed, to act on their violent, aggressive, totalitarian ambitions.
Frank, what should President Biden be doing right now?
Well, the shorthand, which I've spent most of my life both trying to practice and promote, with the help of people like Bobby, of course, and this organization, is our old boss Ronald Reagan's dictum of peace through strength.
Yes.
The trouble is, we have hollowed out our strength to such a degree that even if we didn't have a compromised commander-in-chief, even if we didn't have resource restrictions, even if we had not witnessed what I consider to be the war against the United States military, especially under this administration, we would be hard-pressed to convey adequately the strength, let alone the will, the resolve, to effect the deterrence that it did so well with past practitioners of the Donald Trump being one and Ronald Reagan another.
Yeah, you remind me, Frank, and I want to remind our viewers that you spent considerable time in the Reagan administration on defense policy at a senior level. And so these comments come from a real foundation of historic understanding as well as direct personal experience. So the question I have for you is, objectively, if you look on paper at how many aircraft carriers we have, at our force structure, at the sort of what I'll call legacy investments that we have, you would say, rightly, that the United States military outclasses every other military by magnitudes in the world today. It is true that the Soviet Union has a number of ICBMs.
Russia.
Yeah. Excuse me, Russia. But boy, my brain is
a Freudian, very
again.
accurate slip.
I got to stop that. But
Vladimir Putin does the same thing, by the way.
Putin was former KGB, so he was former Soviet. But bottom line is, we have these capabilities. Isn't the real, and I do believe you're right about the hollowing out, the idea that we're going to create social experiments and disincentivize our warfighters. Warfighters, there's only one reason to have warfighters, and that is two reasons: to deter and to kill. And we kill because when it comes to a battle of good and evil, good has to win. And you have to be strong enough to make that happen. And Ronald Reagan was much more articulate about all that, but true. So, but
he actually just said, "We win, they lose."
Well, yeah,
so it wasn't necessarily more articulate, just to the point.
Yeah, very, very. He had the soundbite mastery. So backwards, though, I wonder if our biggest problem isn't that we have an entire cadre, both within the Pentagon, within the State Department, within this White House, that do not have the political will that actually the American people do have. But these people do not have the political will to use the power at our fingertips.
You've been very generous about my background. You have one that's very impressive as well. And your insight into this is, I think, something that, again, informs all of our thinking. Democracies generally don't want to get into wars.
Right.
So you talk about the will of the American people. I think they understand that if our freedoms are on the line, we have to defend them.
Right.
In the absence of leadership explaining that that's the case, it won't necessarily follow that they will be resolved and demanding action as we would think they would. But I have to disagree, honestly, Bobby. I think legacy is the right word.
Right.
Legacy capabilities. When you look at the vast preponderance of the armaments in the United States military today, including our nuclear forces most especially, most of them are decades old.
Yes.
In not infrequent cases, decades beyond their shelf life.
Yes. We're flying B-52s.
Yeah. With grandchildren of the pilots who originally flew them.
Exactly.
And there have been modernizations and other things, but the truth of the matter is, I'm afraid when you look at the militaries that the Chinese communists have put into place and the Russians have put into place, and to some extent others, they're more modern, and they'll have their problems too. But one of the things that, particularly with the Chinese, has been a huge leg up for them is they've been able to take all the research and development that we've done over the years and very quickly weaponize it, bring it to bear, and it's more or less what we would have had had we done the same. The point being, I don't think this we're the only world's only superpower is any longer something we can delude ourselves about. I think the fighting capabilities of the American military are still unsurpassed.
Right.
But again, they are being
Eroded.
ravaged
Yeah.
by policies and programs that are, unfortunately, I call them part of the Biden wrecking operation
Yes.
on this country.
Yep.
And you can talk about so many other examples of it, but this is one of those things where the only military we have, as Don Rumsfeld famously used to say, is the one you're going to go to war with.
Right.
We don't want to go to war, but we may find it visited
Yep.
upon us if we are not careful. And we've not been adequately careful for some time.
Yeah.
Let's take a break from all the sobering discussion
Yes.
here. I know
The
you
gloom
came in
and
here.
doom.
Well, I mean, these discussions have to be had, but you also brought a game to our booth, and let's end the discussion here on a happy note. Can you tell us about this election game
I would love
that
to.
you brought? And it's available for AMAC members, and we'll get to that in a second here. But tell us about this game.
Well, this is a game that was designed by friends of mine who were, I guess, basically struggling with the fact that millions of us have been subjected endlessly to what's come to be called gaslighting. We're told the things that we know to be true aren't true. There's nothing to see here, folks. It's all a big lie, when that's not the case. And so whether it was the summer of love, the rioting across America, torching cities.
You're not talking about
200 of them.
1967.
No, I'm talking about 2000. Whether it's Hunter Biden's laptop, which was not Russian disinformation. Whether it was the Russia hoax, which was a hoax on the American people, not, in fact, the Russians collaborating with Donald Trump to steal an election. With Hillary Clinton, yes, but not with Donald Trump.
Now we know.
With this COVID-19 business and Tony Fauci and all of these crazy lockdowns and mandates and passports to enforce them, we have been relentlessly lied to, and not least, I believe, about the election of 2020 and Donald Trump's defeat, and a big lie that it was anything other than a defeat. So what they came up with was a board game. If you know Monopoly, it's kind of like that. You go around the board trying to collect 270 electoral votes to get the presidency. And interspersed among the various moves that you can make are the Hunter Biden laptop and the COVID-19 and the summer of love and so on. The point being that this is a fabulously fun way to learn the truth and to share it with other people. And the best thing about it, the thing that is most exciting to me about it, is that in addition to packaging all of this information that we even need to know, you know, the founders believed that an informed electorate was absolutely essential for democracy properly functioning in a constitutional republic. This is a way of learning about the truth, but best of all, when you go to the QR code, like this one right here, on the cards inside on the deck, you will get access to a vast array of information on video and in other memes and so on that further explain the truth and differentiate it from the lies. So it's clever, it's exciting, and you can find out more about it at amac.us.
Tell them how they can get it.
You can buy it at electionfun.com, F-U-N, electionfun.com.
Okay.
And also, I think there's some special benefits to being an
Absolutely.
AMAC member if you buy
Our
it
members
through
can go
your.
to amac.us, and if you're not a member, go to amac.us, join up, and use promo code AMAC45, and you'll get a discount on this wonderful game.
I want to note that I'm just reading it as we're sitting here that they're making sure that batteries are not required and Hunter's laptop is not included.
Exactly
Frank,
right.
thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Pleasure is mine.
Very grateful for your insight. I'm Andy Mangione alongside Bobby Charles at CPAC 2022 with the AMAC Better for America podcast. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back, so please stick around. Welcome back to Broadcast Row at CPAC 2022. This is AMAC's Better for America podcast. I'm Andy Mangione, and it's just been a whirlwind of wonderful guests. I'm happy to welcome one of the speakers at CPAC, Peter Lucito, to join us right now. Peter.
Andy, nice to see you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. He is the Macomb County, Michigan prosecutor, and he's got an extensive background as a state representative and a state senator in the beautiful state of Michigan. Tell us what you're going to be talking. Are you on a panel discussion, or
I'm on a panel discussion, Andy, and we're talking about the criminal justice reforms. We all know that we're spending quite a bit of money on criminal justice. In fact, in Michigan, it's the third largest of the budget items. First is our Health and Human Services, which is about $27 billion with a B. Wow. And then you got, right after that, the public education, which is about $17 billion. And right below that is the criminal justice, which is $2 billion. Enough is enough. We need to find a different way to do business in the justice system.
Absolutely, and you've set out, we were talking off camera, and you had mentioned that you retired from the legislature, right. All right, and where you originally went there to change some of the bad laws.
So after 30 years, I first started out in probation and parole when I was in undergrad, when I went to graduate school. And
were you in the state of Michigan for school?
In the state of Michigan.
Okay.
So after I did this probation and parole, I went on to become a public defender for 4 years at the largest and the busiest county, which was Wayne County, which is still in Michigan.
That's the home of Detroit.
Oh, yeah. And you know what happens over there.
Yeah.
At one time, and I'm very proud that it's not anymore, but it was the murder capital of the world.
Right. Right.
And as a result, now I decided to go with private practice, 30 years as a criminal defense lawyer, and I knew that we could have a better mousetrap for the criminal justice system. Less cost to the taxpayers, better results, and most importantly, giving society the safety and security for the individuals and their family.
Absolutely. Now, we're facing a crisis in this country with regard to violent crime, and it's only exacerbated by some of these soft-on-crime district attorneys in states throughout the country. It's a real crisis. People are, we're seeing a spike in murders. We're seeing brazen, open, in the daylight muggings and robberies, people walking into stores and just helping themselves and shoplifting. This is, as a prosecutor, I'm sure you're seeing some of this too.
Yes.
But how do we address this, and how do we stop it?
Well, first of all, I think let's go look back in the rear view and see, how did it begin? Was it the social media? Was it the games that were being put out for our children to be playing? These are lifelong lessons that we learn. Why is it that these violent crimes are occurring? And what is making somebody do these crimes? How are they formulating that thought process? I found that families, like when you and I grew up, mom and dads were at the kitchen table, the TV was off, and you were talking as a family. Today, they're texting each other, the social media is exploded. And maybe some of it's good, but a lot of it is taught that behavior to individuals, especially children. Moving forward, we need to be proactive as parents, be proactive as citizens, report those crimes when we see them. Don't take no for an answer, be persistent, and the best part will be back the blue, which is our police officers and law enforcement. Not every cop is bad. And you know, it's just like society. Not everybody's a criminal. Right. Treat people with respect, dignity, and honor, and they'll treat you the same.
Now, AMAC has always been a huge supporter for the rule of law. I actually wrote an article that was called Defend the Police. It said defund, we crossed out the U and put an E there, defending the police. You're absolutely right. There are bad actors and bad players within any group of people, within any organization. We are huge supporters of our men and women in blue. Boy, are they under fire these days, and I use that metaphorically.
And what they do is they sensationalize it, people, and put it on social media when they can find just one nuance, one small hair to go ahead and explode it on social media. What about all the good that the police have done? Why don't they show that end of it? And you know, our news has had a lot to do with it too. The news has reported all the bad things that have happened in society. What we really need to get is to the root and to what's called a core of our values, and those same values that moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas instilled in us as children. Bring those back and said, be respectful, treat others the way you want to be treated, but most importantly, Be a person that cares about others.
Personal accountability.
Sure.
So what are you witnessing in Macomb County? Are you seeing scores of police officers retire, people take early retirement? Are you seeing difficulty in recruiting new police officers?
Absolutely. Andy, that's the toughest thing I see right now. They got away with the pension systems. Most of the officers today, they don't have a pension system, so why does somebody want to be a cop in the most heated climate possibly when the cops are under siege, under fire? And on top of it, they can make the same amount of money somebody working in the automotive is in Detroit, putting bumpers on cars. So why would I want to risk my life and my health to go and be a police officer? It was a very honorable, very noble, very rewarding profession years ago. And there was generations of police officers, but we've lost that base of individuals, and I don't want to settle for less than the best in the men and women in blue.
Absolutely, and you talk about, I mean, there were times when you're right, it was a generational job. My father was a cop, his father was a cop, my mother was a police officer, and people may be willing to join law enforcement, make a little less money, knowing full well if they serve their community for 20 years, they'll be taken care of with the pension that they paid into, and that's how it should be. And unfortunately, we're seeing these, I mean, that was the incentive, really, in addition to a healthy desire to serve and to give back to the community. And we're seeing that not occur like it used to in the past. So I guess, how do we, now we talked about these are some social situations, and you brought up how you and I were raised. I couldn't leave the house without having every neighbor's mother's eyes on me. I would be amazed. I would come home if I messed up, and my mother would know about it before I rode my bicycle back to the house because everybody's mother was watching.
And you had to get home when the streetlights went on.
Or my father was waiting for us on the front steps. There's no doubt about it.
And with a mean look in his face.
Without a doubt, and that was enough to keep me in line. These district attorneys are troubling, these soft on crime. And what's troubling, and tell me if I'm reading this wrong, Peter, it seems some of them are digging in despite the criticism they're getting for letting letting them off with misdemeanors or letting them. I live in Louisville, Kentucky right now. You know what happened there a couple of weeks ago? Let me refresh your memory. A gentleman that's running for mayor, one of his opponents walked into his campaign office and shot up the office. It was a competitor, another person who was running for mayor that walked into the office, all right? And Black Lives Matter put together $100,000 to bail this guy out, the shooter, and the mayoral candidate was, his workers are terrified to go back to that office. Now the shooter is on house arrest, so perhaps he'll stay home. But Black Lives Matter bailed this guy out. They put together $100,000, and the mayoral candidate that was shot at, and the bullet actually grazed his sweater, is stunned. He's stunned. So, I mean, we've got, yes, we have to address the social situations, but pivoting back to these DAs that are soft on crime that are digging in, I think people are paying attention, but what more can we do?
The social injustices that were done in the past, we are starting to work through every single day those that were bad police officers or a bad prosecutor or a bad judge, and starting to rid that stigmatism that says if one is bad, all are bad. We're starting. But we got to move faster on this, because if we go give a bail reform that says that everybody's going to be let out, how do you protect society as a whole? More importantly, what's the justification for that if the judges do not have discretion to keep those that are the most dangerous to our society behind bars until there's been justice? And the victims do need to be served. Don't forget the most important person, the victim and their family that had to go through the painstaking effort of the crime itself.
Exactly. Then they kind of go through it again when these people are let out.
100%.
With less, charged with a lesser crime or are let out on a low bail.
Yep.
Peter Lucito, thank you so much for taking the time
to
be with us.
Great to see you, Andy, and you know what? Enjoy the conference.
Absolutely. Good luck with your talk.
Thanks a lot, Andy. Take care now.
Very welcome. Andy Mangione here on Broadcast Row with AMAC's podcast, the Better for America podcast. We'll be right back with another exciting guest. Stick around. We're burning up Broadcast Row here at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida. Andy Mangione here on AMAC's Better for America podcast. We're going to welcome back Lee Murphy. We spoke with Lee Murphy, who's a candidate for the United States Congress, an at-large seat in the state of Delaware, the beautiful state of Delaware. He's run before. We've actually done a town hall meeting with him. Lee is he's familiar with AMAC. Let me just give you a little bit of background. Lee Murphy is a former teacher and coach. He left teaching to pursue a career with the railroad industry and ended up spending 35 years with Amtrak. You're also an actor, and you've been, since the 2020 election, you've still been campaigning for this at-large seat. Welcome back to the Better for America podcast. It's good to see you.
Well, Andy, it's always a pleasure to be with you. And I just want to say hello to all your viewers today. Yes, Lee Murphy from the first state, Joe Biden's home state.
It's good that I admire your perseverance, and I have to ask you. It's been I can't believe it's been 2 years since we actually sat down and talked, but a lot has happened in those 2 years. Tell us about the vibe, if you will, in Delaware from 2020 when you ran to 2022. There has to be some significant differences.
Andy, yeah, in just 2 years, the landscape has really changed. 2 years ago, we were talking about issues that really affect everyday people. Their health care, the economy, education. Now we're faced with a situation in our country, the security of our nation is at stake. What's happened in Afghanistan, what's happened right now in Ukraine, really how we're perceived on the world stage right now. We are weak. Other countries that really dislike us, Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, really look at us as vulnerable right now. And I think going to Congress, my first responsibility as a congressman is to ensure the security of Americans, whether that be abroad, whether it be on our southern border, or the streets. Crime is at an all-time high everywhere across the United States. So a lot of issues to deal with, but the security of our country right now, in my mind, is number one.
Yeah.
And I think the folks here at CPAC would agree that we want a secure country.
Well, Lee, we have had guest after guest. We've had policy experts, foreign policy experts. We've had other candidates on, and it's the same concern with regard to the security of the nation, even before the unfortunate actions that Putin took in Ukraine and that we're dealing with right now. But we're talking about the southern border, and we're talking about the rampant crime in the streets of America, particularly in large cities. I wanted to shift gear and talk a little bit economics with you right now. We're hearing from our members. They are dealing with an inflation rate, the likes of which they haven't seen in 40 years. It's probably even a little bit worse than 1982. And a lot of our people are living on fixed incomes. A lot of AMAC members are retired and are forced to literally choose between paying the electric bill, and energy costs have just gone through the roof, or buying groceries. They're actually telling us that they're buying fewer groceries. They're actually telling us that they are foregoing certain medical procedures because they don't have the out-of-pocket money that's necessary to get these procedures done. This inflation is rampant. It's a confiscatory tax, if you will, on every American, but it really hits our people living on fixed incomes the hardest. What has your opponent done? Has it even been addressed? I know you're going to address it, and I want you to tell me how you're going to do that or what conversations you've had, but has this even come up, from your opponent?
Well, those things that my opponent, since she's very entitled, they never really come up. But let me tell you, Andy, I am a senior.
Yeah.
I'm a grandfather. Fortunately, I have a pension, okay?
Yeah, right.
And I've made sensible investments. But look, that income only goes so far.
Right.
Okay, and you just described all the costs involved. And, somebody on a fixed income, like myself, or many of your members, I mean, we have to choose. We have to choose carefully.
Yeah.
Before inflation.
Right.
Now we're faced with a situation, and campaigning up and down the state, I talk to a lot of people, seniors, retired, fixed incomes. They don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Some people can't even drive their cars.
Right.
I mean, the cost to fill your tank now compared to a year ago is astronomical. Nobody, how well, regardless of how well they plan, could not anticipate this catastrophe, quite frankly, economically, that we face.
Right.
I mean, we go to the store, the prices are through the roof if you can find things.
If there's stuff on the shelves.
Yeah. So it's something that affects me personally, and it affects so many more Americans. And there's no end in sight. There's no end in sight to inflation. This is not going to end tomorrow or next week, maybe not next year. So it's a very difficult time. And many seniors I know, they've gone back to work. They're taking part-time jobs.
Think about when you were traveling through the state of Delaware in 2020 and probably 2019 when you declared and you began to campaign, talking to people, and now fast forward to 2022 and just hearing the stories. The difference and the contrast has to be stark. What people are telling you and how they're managing to get by on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable in just 1 year how much damage this president and the Congress and the
13 short months. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
and the Congress.
Yeah.
Okay, Congress does matter.
Yes,
as you know, it matters. Our first step. I mean, we will take back Congress in 2022. We're going to take, but we have to take it back with the right-minded people that will really advocate for conservative values.
Right.
And that's important. That's always hasn't been the case in Washington with Republicans. So, yeah, it's really unbelievable what we've seen in just 1 year from the weakest president in the history of this United States. Someone that I've known personally for over 35 years. Living in Delaware.
Right. He's been your senator. And talk about that personal relationship. I mean, you know this president personally, being are you called a Delawarean? Is that what you're called? Or
a Delawarean.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, my personal relationship with Joe Biden, I mean, it goes back about 35 years. Yeah. And he rode the train every day to Washington, D.C.
Right.
I worked on the railroad for 35 years.
Right.
I was a train engineer and a train conductor.
Right. So you were there.
Yeah. Some people like to call me the blue-collar conservative.
Right.
Which I guess I like that title.
It's a badge of honor.
Yeah, but I got to know this guy. Talking to him on the train year after year after year. I never voted for him.
Right.
And when he became vice president, it was like, oh my God, this nation's in for trouble. And then when he became president, it just boggled my mind. Somebody with such limited ability could actually be the president of the United States. And we're in trouble.
I think that's very evident. That's very evident based on the past 13 months. Talk a little bit about the campaign. How's it going? Are you raising money? How are you being received, versus 2020 as you make your way throughout the state of Delaware?
There's one thing that's different. A lot of things that are different. I mean, we ran in 2020. It was a tough race. We had COVID. We had mail-in ballots, and then I never thought Joe Biden would be on the ticket, but he's from Delaware. He's on the ballot. It was tough. It was tough to meet the voters. It was tough to overcome those things. We still received 197,000 votes. We're going to build on that. Those people aren't going anywhere.
Right.
We need about 20,000 more votes. And the difference between 2020 and 2022, basically independents, Democrats, Republicans, people are listening. People are waking up. Some elections, people just go through the motions, they vote for whoever. They are listening. People are getting involved. They're running for school board, going to school board meetings with CRT and all these other divisive issues that schools are trying to institute and really indoctrinate our children. So people are waking up. That's the biggest difference. People are involved now, and they care who their congressperson is.
Yes, they do.
And they want to know what you stand for.
Yes.
So there's a stark difference between 2020 and 2022.
Look what happened in Virginia last past November. Okay, look what happened, and look how many independents and, dare I say, Democrats that across the aisle. All right, so I mean, so the potential is there, and those people were very much in tune with what was going on the local level with regard to their school boards and their local schools. Lee Murphy, I want to thank you for joining us. If people want to get to know you, people want to learn more about you, where should they go?
Best place to go is gomurph.com. My website, gomurph.com. You can go there to donate. Congress is a national office. I will represent Delaware, but I represent each and every one of you out there. The issues, the votes that I cast in Congress will affect you and your families. So I appreciate your support. Thank you, and God bless.
Best of luck with the campaign, Lee. Appreciate you coming on. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. Andy Mangione here on Broadcast Row at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida on the AMAC's Better for America podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida. I'm Andy Mangione, hosting the Better for America podcast for the Association of Mature American Citizens, or AMAC. I'm very happy to welcome back to the podcast Sarah Carter.
It's so great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's an incredible atmosphere here in Orlando.
Always, and it's wonderful to have you back. Sarah is an investigative journalist. She's host of the Sarah Carter Show, and she's a Fox News contributor. Thank you for taking the time to be here.
Oh yeah, I'm grateful. It's a lot of walking here. It's incredible. I mean, we're like back and forth. The energy is like in the air, is so filled with excitement because of President Trump coming to speak here tonight.
Yes,
Very
today,
exciting, yeah.
It's funny because I've asked people throughout the time we've been on Broadcast Row what the vibe is here, and there's always excitement. But one person put it succinctly when he said, "I can feel the hope that people have."
That's a really great point. You can feel the hope. And I think, especially over the past year and even in the last maybe 3 to 4 weeks, from going to Ottawa, Canada, to seeing the truckers standing up to, the Trudeau government and their overreaching mandates and government restrictions, and then watching American truckers, do the same, and American people. Loudoun County parents standing up to CRT, hardworking American truckers and farmers saying no more. We want to be heard. And that is a common theme that you hear throughout, that there is hope. They feel that there is hope. Well, there is hope because we have a Constitution.
Yes.
And we have a Bill of Rights. And if we don't like someone who's in office, we can vote them out and put someone back in. And I think there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of concern. Obviously, we're focused on election integrity and everything else, but I think there's certainly the atmosphere here tonight, and I hope that all of you across America are feeling the same way, because it really is a hopeful feeling. We can't let it go right now.
And I think a lot of that hope is generated by the fact that this is an election year. We have primaries that are coming up. We have very important midterm elections that are coming up, and people are full of enthusiasm, knowing that they can exercise their God-given rights, including the most precious right to vote. And AMAC members have been doing a lot of work on election integrity starting in 2021. They were instrumental in getting election laws passed, election reform laws passed, and signed into law in Arizona and in Kentucky, in Texas, and in Florida. So they're totally engaged in states across the country. But you mentioned something that I wanted to kind of zero in on: the Canadian trucker convoy.
Right.
You've been all over the place. You were with the truckers, weren't you?
Yeah, I was with the truckers in Ottawa, Canada, just before Prime Minister Trudeau moved the authorities in to seize their vehicles and take them out. I got to tell you, the Canadian people were so warm and welcoming, and it was astonishing to me to see them standing so strong and so firm against what were blatant lies about them. It was tough. I was talking to the truckers. They were saying, it's so hard for me to believe that Prime Minister Trudeau would make statements about us like that we're racist, or that we're misogynistic, or that we're domestic terrorists. These were people that were really just parked, leaving a lane open in Ottawa. In every street they were at, there was a lane open. I didn't see any violence. I met people from all over. Canadians, much like Americans, it's a melting pot. There were people there from Iraqi Canadians that were supporting the truckers. I met a rabbi who was there praying with the truckers. I saw people from all over the world. One of the gentlemen that I interviewed for Sean Hannity's show, he said, "It's interesting that we're getting called racist." He's like, "Because my father's black and my mother's a white Canadian," and I'm like, "And I'm a trucker." He's like, "So I think people are speaking up and speaking out, and they're not allowing the government or the media, for that matter, to create narratives about them that aren't real. I think people are trying to, and they are seizing what their own power is, which is, okay, I'm going to stand up, I'm going to speak, I'm going to do it without violence, and I'm going to make sure that our message gets heard." And I think that has come as quite a shock to some government officials, even in the United States, right? Where people are like, wait a minute, we're not, our narrative isn't going to fly anymore. The American people are standing up. The Canadian people are standing up. The Australians are standing up. I was just talking to my friend Andrew, who had CPAC in Australia, and we've seen what's happened in Australia and how terrible it's been. And he said the the Australians are fed up. So what we're seeing on TV is only certain provinces. Other provinces in Australia, other areas, they're standing up and they're saying no more. So I think that's what's important here, that hope that you talked about. It's because we actually believe and have faith in our democracy and our ability to be free, that fundamental God-given right, for every human being has that ability to be free. And once you believe that, I mean, look at Ukraine, right? We can see that too.
Right.
The people are standing up and they're like, wait a minute, Vladimir Putin, no, you're not going to come in without a fight. And we're going to stand up, to tyranny. And President Zelensky saying, don't give me a plane, give me more bullets, right? I mean, it's like, this is a really significant time in human history, and I feel so blessed that I've been able to see so much of it with my own eyes and bring those stories, to our viewers and our listeners, and know that what I'm bringing them is right from the mouth and the heart of the people that are fighting for what I believe America stands for, which is the principles of freedom and liberty.
Absolutely.
Right.
And we're counting our blessings here today.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on here today. When you were in Ottawa and you witnessed firsthand, feet on the street, the peaceful protest, a lot of children around,
right.
People talking to you about how they're being besmirched. Those actions taken by the Canadian convoy inspired actions not only in the United States but across the world.
Right.
Now we've got a convoy in America right now. Have you been with them?
Yes. So I was them with the whole week just before I came in. So I literally was with them in California. I drove with the convoy,
And
which started out with
that's where it started, right in California?
Right, in California,
Okay.
in Adelanto, California. So I was in Adelanto, California with the truckers, and over 200 plus vehicles, maybe even more than that, maybe 300. People were showing up from everywhere. There were about 40 to 50 trucks in Adelanto, 18-wheelers. I had my own car. I rented a car, and I went to follow them with our camera crew. And I was conducting interviews. This is what's really fascinating. And what's so remarkable about Americans, right? So as the truckers were preparing, citizens were coming from everywhere, bringing water, caseloads of water, caseloads of food, $20 bills, $100 bills, walking by the truckers and saying, thank you so much for what you do. I mean, I got the goosebumps. And elderly, young, old, I mean, it didn't matter where you came from. I saw people from all over the world. A man I met from Poland who was saying, I'm a trucker here in the United States, but I remember what life was like. I remember what life was like under communism. I remember hearing the stories from my mother and father. I know what it's like, and I don't want to see that happen here. And one of the interesting things he said to me too, and it was that, when he first came to America, he said he was stunned because everybody would come up and talk to him and say, hello, how are you? Where are you from? We're really open in America. We're really nice. Come on over to our house whenever you want. Come over for dinner. And he said, as a Polish man, he was stunned. He was like, what is up with these people? Like, why are they so nice? And I said, well, did you ever figure out why? And he said, yeah, I did. He goes, years later, I know why you're so nice. He said, because you grow up with freedom. And when you're free, you have nothing to be afraid of. And I said, well, do you see something changing here? And he said, yeah, I'm starting to see that the government has made it impossible for people to care for one another. That under these mandates, people started turning like the people in Poland. Neighbor against neighbor, people afraid to talk to one another, stand 6 feet away, don't care about that other person, put in their heads that anybody who takes off a mask is going to kill them. This constant, narrative that the government was pushing. And he said, and that's when the government seizes power. And I was like, that's brilliant. He's absolutely right. Here's a trucker whose life experience, He's
lived it.
He's lived it.
Yeah.
He's lived it, and we're living it now.
Right.
But what makes us so different is our Constitution, right? And our Bill of Rights. And the fact that we're a melting pot of people from all over the world who escaped tyranny. So no matter what, once we start seeing it here, we got like the X gene, right? We're like, Andy, we're like the X gene. We start seeing it, we're gonna be okay for a little bit. And then we start seeing that, and then we're like, you know what? I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like it. And Americans start standing up, they get together, they rise to the occasion, and then we're once again, hope, like the beacon of light for the rest of the world, right? And if we're not, God help us. I mean, there's no place else like this nation. If we don't stand up to it, then we're going to be in big trouble.
You talk about that Polish trucker, and he knows, and as well as every American knows, and if not, we need to be reminded, liberty plus freedom equals peace and happiness.
That's it. Liberty plus freedom, and that, and it's not just a saying, it's tangible. Right? It's palpable. You can feel it in the air. You can feel it when a grandmother comes up and, gives me a big hug and says, "Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you so much for being our voice," and we're each other's voice. We're like, I think it's pretty incredible. My husband, I've talked to Rebecca about this before, fought in many wars. He was, with Delta Force. He's retired. He's finally retired, but he was wounded in Afghanistan. And I think about the friends we've lost, the blood that's been spilled, right? And even my husband's own blood. I think about that. And they're fighting for a reason. They're fighting for a purpose. Every single American is fighting because they believe in that Constitution, that piece of paper, that Declaration of Independence signed by our founding fathers that make us so great, that make us the nation everybody wants to come to, whether you're standing on the U.S.-Mexico border or whether you're in an airport, right? Or whether you're overseas at an IDP camp where people have just suffered and fled a war, and all they're dreaming about is, my God, if we could get to the United States, if we could just get there. It's the reason why people jumped on airplanes in Afghanistan. I've been there many times, and the tragedy of people saying, I would rather be dead. I want to just get on that plane. Right. So, being here at CPAC and seeing all these remarkable people and all the wonderful, just beautiful, beautiful Americans that believe in freedom and that believe in our country, and from every walk of life, it gives me hope. It does. Absolutely. It does.
Sarah, if people wanted to learn more about your show, where should they go?
Oh, you can download the Sarah Carter Show wherever you get, your podcast, whether it's Apple, Spotify. I would love to have you listen to the podcast. This is what we talk about. We talk about freedom. I bring on great guests, just like you, Andy. I try to find the best. I just interviewed Devin Nunes. It's very exciting. Great. I've had President Trump on the podcast. And I've had just regular Joes. I'm talking about, like me and my husband. I call him a knuckle dragger, right? So I've had, truckers, farmers. That's what I want, is just, and I want to hear from the people. And also you can go to sarahacarter.com. That's my website. And I love to read reviews. So good or bad, I'll take them. I love it. And so anyways, that's where you can find me. And I'm always available. I try to write back personally to everybody who writes me. And I like to hear what people have to say.
Sarah, thank you so much. I know you've been busy up and down Broadcast Row. Thank you for taking some time to visit with AMAC members on the Better for America podcast.
You guys are fighting the good fight up in Washington. What are you talking about? You're doing the best. You're our warriors up on Capitol Hill. I think everybody should be a member of AMAC.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anytime.
We'll be right back with more on Broadcast Row at CPAC 2022 on AMAC's Better for America podcast, so don't go away. Welcome back to Broadcast Row at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida. I'm Andy Mangione, proudly hosting AMAC's Better for America podcast, welcoming our latest guest, the wonderful congressman from the 13th Congressional District of Texas, Ronnie Jackson, joins us now. Thank you, Congressman, for taking the time.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you.
I've watched you go up and down the row, and everybody just wants a piece, and we're grateful that you ducked in here to get some respite and to spend time with AMAC members. We've got over 8,600 AMAC members in your district, over 200,000 in the state of Texas. Is one of our biggest states. We love our Texas members. They are not afraid to speak their mind, and I bet your constituents, I bet that's been your experience as well.
Yeah, that's the nature of my constituents, and that's who I am, so it works out well.
That's great. And you you spoke at CPAC.
I did.
You did yesterday, or was it earlier today?
Both. I spoke yesterday and today.
Okay. Were you on a panel discussion? What was the topic?
Yesterday, I spoke about pro-Israel issues. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm on the subcommittee for the Middle East, North Africa, and counterterrorism.
Okay.
So I talked about issues involving Iran, Israel, and the United States, our national security. And then today, I spoke on a panel in the main room regarding who might be the next nominee on the Democrat side for president, and some of the issues with Joe Biden and some of the cognitive issues he's having right now, and who we think might end up being the nominee next time.
Okay. Now, I know you just mentioned all the counterterrorism work that you do internationally, but you're in Texas, and it's a border state, and the border's wide open. What are your constituents telling you as far as the flow of illegal immigration and the flow?
Well, the border's a disaster, and it's not just a border issue anymore. It is a national security issue, and it's an issue for every state in the union right now. You know, the number one cause of death for adult males in this country between the age of 18 and 40 right now is drug overdose. That's directly related to the large, massive amount of fentanyl that's crossing our border right now. And it's just record numbers of fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine crossing the borders, along with sex trafficking and criminal elements like the cartels and MS-13 and things of that nature. That's all related to Joe Biden's failed policies on our southern border, because we don't have anybody patrolling the border anymore. All of our Border Patrol agents are at the point of entry, passing out juice boxes, changing diapers, accompanying people to hospitals, things of that nature, and the border is wide open. Joe Biden has essentially become a member of the cartel as far as their logistics are concerned. They get them to our southern border, they turn them over to our Border Patrol, and because of Joe Biden's policies, we get them plane tickets, train tickets, and bus tickets, and we send them out all over this country, and it's a logistical network for distributing these narcotics and these drugs all over our country, and it's killing an entire generation of our youth. So it's a big deal.
It is a huge deal. I think I read where a sheriff in a county in Texas was talking about, I'm not necessarily worried about what's happening in my community, because these people are being dispersed in states throughout the country, and consequently you've got that high school junior, 17 years old, who decides to experiment with marijuana for the first time in his life, takes a hit off of a marijuana cigarette that's laced with fentanyl, and dies.
Yeah.
And you can connect those dots directly to what's going on at the border.
Yeah, I mean, it takes less than 2 milligrams of fentanyl, what you could put on the head of a pin, to kill somebody. That's how deadly it is. And you have these people over in these Mexican cartels that are making pills and trying to put just enough in for people to get high but not die. And I mean, there's no margin for error there. And so obviously a large portion, or like 30% of the pills that they're producing, are a deadly dose. You take it, you die. And it's bad. And I'm telling you, there's other issues there too. Right. COVID's getting better in this country, and we're getting past that a little bit. But a large part of the COVID that's in the country right now is coming across our southern border, because people that are coming from areas where they don't have any access to medical care or vaccines or anything else. They're not tested. They're COVID positive. They're bringing it over here. We have the public health disaster I was just describing from the drug standpoint. We have a national security issue. We're catching terrorists every day that are crossing our border, coming from different places like Syria and Iran and Iraq, and we're going to start having a bunch of these ISIS. We released something upwards of 7,000 members of ISIS, hardened ISIS fighters from Bagram whenever Afghanistan fell. Some of those hardened fighters are going to find their way back to the United States. They're going to come into this country across our southern border, and we're going to have another 9/11 somewhere, or something even worse, right? And this is all because of Joe Biden's failed leadership on the southern border, which is all tied to his efforts to get people across the border, thinking that every single illegal immigrant that crosses our border border. He's going to get them registered to vote, whether they're a citizen or not, and it's going to be the voting block that they need to win every election in the future, and that's really their motive.
And they don't care about how many people get hurt in the process.
They do not care about that. They are consumed with the power that this potentially bring their party.
Now, you talked about voting, and we talked about this is an election year, obviously.
Yeah.
Primaries and midterms are forthcoming, all right? And you just described a huge issue for American voters, not only in Texas and not only in your district, but throughout the country. What else are Americans concerned about as we roll into this midterm season?
Well, people are really worried about just voter integrity in general. You know, last time a lot of Americans, myself included, believed that there was significant fraud in this last election and that it changed the outcome. I honestly think that Joe Biden wouldn't be president without the level of fraud that took place all over this country. That's my personal opinion. And I think that the reason that happened was because we had COVID pop up. And COVID provided a golden opportunity for the left to make a case for unsolicited mail-in ballots, which then led to ballot harvesting and led to fraudulent elections. And they're going to try to do it again this time. That's one of the reasons why they've been ignoring the science for the last year or so with regards to masking and natural immunity and therapeutics and vaccines and everything else. And they've been trying to keep us at scared at a certain level. They want the fear level to be a certain level, and they want to be able to justify when we get closer to the November elections. There'll probably be another variant that pops up when it gets close to voting time, and they'll try to lock everybody down again, and they'll try to make a case for why it's not safe to go out to the polls and vote, and why they need to send a ballot to every single person in this country, whether they're registered to vote or not. And that's gonna be their recipe for trying to win the next election cycle. But right now, people in this country are fed up with what's going on, and there's overwhelming support for Republicans and for conservative issues right now in this country. And I think that if it's a fair and free election, and if it were held today, we would devastate the Democrats right now. We would win the House back with a massive majority. We would get the Senate back, and we would be well positioned to get the White House back at the next presidential election.
Well, I'll tell you, Texas has done yeoman's work with regard to securing their elections.
Yes.
So have other states like Florida and Kentucky and
Right.
Arizona. And work is being done in Pennsylvania and Michigan. They've got a steeper hill to climb there. But that said, how confident are you that this election will be a little bit more secure than what we saw in 2020?
Well, I think it will be, and I think we're doing the right things in the states you mentioned, Texas included. But it's really the 4 or 5 swing states that we have to worry about, and it's not even the state; it's the big cities in the state. It's like 4 or 5 cities. It's like Philadelphia and Atlanta and Houston. Those are the areas where the fraud is just rampant. And we can't really. So we're going to do a better job this time because we're going to have such a spotlight on this, and I'm hoping that we have overwhelming voter participation. We need Republicans all over this country to get out and vote, bring their neighbors, get them registered, get them out to vote. Because if we have an overwhelming number of people that come out and vote for conservative values, for our Texas values, for our Republican values, we can overcome a certain amount of fraud regardless. And that's what we're going to have to rely on, that and the fact that we're going to have a really strong spotlight on some of these areas that are prone to fraud. And we need people to go out and volunteer as poll watchers and things of that nature. If we put enough pressure on them and enough attention on voter fraud, they won't be comfortable doing it. And I think we can win this election. And if we win this election back, and in the presidential election coming up in 2024, if we can do that, we will have a foothold where we can go in and legislatively make sure that we put real voter reform in place, where we require voter ID and signature verification and things like that. We want to make voting easy for everybody. We want every single citizen in this country to have the opportunity to vote, but we want only citizens in this country to vote. We don't want dead people, and we don't want non-citizens voting in future elections. That's what the Republican Party stands for.
Congressman Jackson, thank you for taking some time to sit with AMAC and our Better for America podcast.
You bet.
Really appreciate it. And best of luck with the rest of CPAC, and best of luck in your re-election campaign. And I'm very grateful for your time.
Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless your members for what you're doing.
Thank you. This is a wrap at CPAC 2022. Congressman Jackson is our final guest. We appreciate all the viewers. Thank you for watching our podcast. Thank you for continuing to come back and enjoying our roster of wonderful guests. I'm Andy Mangione, Senior Vice President for AMAC Action, thanking you for watching the Better for America podcast at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida. Make it a great day.